Right, good morning, guys. Okay, so apologies yesterday for no stream. I did obviously give a heads up about it. I had a very productive meeting day, getting some commissions down and some other little plans for the future in. So very well worthwhile. Today I'm going to be resuming doing some ghouls and ghasty type things. So they're not chronological in the game. Typically what I've tried to do is I've tried to go and say, you know, work through the game in the order you would encounter things. So, you know, if you're DMing it, you've got the next encounters ready. Good morning, Martin, Tracy, or Grace, whoever happens to be there. Hope you're doing well today. You got Grace off school today because of school strikes, or are you child free today? Yes, it's like good morning, Bunker. How are you doing, chappy? Yeah, so typically I'll be doing stuff chronologically, so the order you would encounter them in the campaign, so DMs can, you know, pick up the files as they need them, get the next encounters prepped and whatnot. This time I'm deviating off a little bit. I'm putting in some bits a little bit further down the campaign because thematically they work better together. So we've got the gibbering bandits. So these are some bandits that are in Elturel, which is sitting in the depths of hell, basically. And these guys have been driven insane. So I've got 3 of these guys I need to get done. This guy I've obviously already completed, so I've got 2 more to work on. So I'll make these 2 today. And then whilst we're doing these gibbering bandits, I felt things like ghouls would be a good fit to go with that. So I'm going to be working through a couple of extra ghoulish encounters. So there's 2 ghasts that we find kind of harassing a young girl. So there'll be the 2 ghasts and the little girl I'll be making, and then there's also a ghoul who, prior to becoming a ghoul, was a rogue, and is wearing all of the rogue's gear. So it'll be a slightly different ghoul to what we're used to, so more of a character-y looking one. So, okay, so Grace is in school, so you've got you've got a parents' day then. Yeah, it's Jacob's birthday today, so he's 8. I don't know where the time's gone, but he's gone into school. It's only it's actually his class, Willow's class, and then one other class. Oh, Martin, I'll pack one up and get it posted over when they're done, mate. I'd use Grace's image for it, to be honest, but she's supposed to be a timid, scared little girl, and that doesn't feel right for Grace. she needs a far more badass little character, I feel. So yeah, so he's so the kids are off at school. There's only like their classes and one other class I think are actually in school. Sorry, so there's all like, you know, literally skeletons. So yeah, so let's get cracking. Let's get sculpting some gibbering bandits. I'll just start with, can't remember. Oh yeah, right, so I think I used that guy for the previous one. Oh no, that was the one for the previous one. You like totally see it all. Okay, so let's just get started, just modifying this. Let's lower the boots. An undead teacher. Oh, the kid, Jacob used to love this. It was bloody awful. It was a YouTube song called "Run Schoolies Run," and it was the song was terrible. The video was appalling, but he was completely hooked on it. This is when he went through his little phase of being completely like obsessed with zombies. I think he was about 4 or 5 or something like that at the time. Which was totally normal and all kids do it. But that was about that one was called the zombie principle. It was about a head teacher who was a zombie. I'll just close holes there because I seem to have accidentally deleted the bottom of the boots. Let's get rid of that as well. Don't want that little scrubby bit. So how's everybody doing today anyway? Bunker, you good mate? Martin, you keeping yourself busy? I saw your little painting project you got on actually. I say little. Incredibly daunting is what I should have said. I'm good, thank you mate. You needing some more stuff to print? Seems to be getting on quite well with that now. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely, man. Get some sculpting on. Get it shared online. Right, fair play. Yeah, we've got the kids off on Friday. We're off to Wales for the weekend to sunny Rhyl. It's not personally my choice of venue, or choice of destination rather. It's our niece's 21st birthday, and every holiday they ever had when she was a kid, we used to go to Rhyl, and it's always a bit of a dive, you know. It's like it's real. I mean, perpetually, if you watch holiday destinations in the UK, you'll constantly see Rhyl coming up at the bottom. So yes, it's not you know, it's not the best, but yeah, she's got a lot of good memories there, and we haven't been in a while since her nan passed away, so she wanted to, for her 21st birthday, kind of get everybody back out there. So yeah, we're off to Rhyl on Friday, and it's just so happened that the kids' teachers are off on strike, and we've got the kids home with us, so we can get an early start, beat the traffic and all that kind of stuff. So hoping every other bugger in the world doesn't have the same idea. Yeah, Bunker mate, if there's anything else you want out of my collection to print, call it mods privileges, mate. You help me out an awful lot, and I'm more than happy to share some files with you. So if you just see anything you like and you want to get started on it, mate, just give me a shout. Let me know. I'm going to take that sleeve off altogether. Did I see this? I don't think I did actually, mate. I saw it very briefly because I was going to comment on it later actually. I saw it very briefly because I've just set up a Facebook event for tomorrow's stream. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing a nanolift special. So I'm going to be sculpting some boss creatures for the nanolift board game. Oh yeah, now I see. Let's have a look, gander. There we go. I see him there, matey. Right in here. Very good, very good. Oh, twitching my arm then. Oh, there's more on the back as well. Oh, definitely have a proper good mooch later. Well, Bunker, you can pay for what you want, but like I say, you do help me out an awful lot. You keep me out of trouble with the wife with the time calls and all that kind of good stuff. So, honestly, mate, I am happy to oblige and provide you with some freebies for your very much appreciated assistance. It's honestly the least I can do. Let's do a little bit of let's change the breastplate. I don't want the same armour on every dude. Cheers, Martin. You honestly don't need to, then. I still owe Grace a nice sculpt, don't I? We were talking about that barbarian with the is it a tiger or something like that, if I remember right. But I don't know if she might want a different character now. I don't know if she wants to. If you want to give her a little brief again, say to her, you know, do you want to give us a fresh brief on a character? Because I don't want to do something that's like, you know, we discussed a year ago or something like that, and you know, it's no longer her thing. But if she's if she's wanting it, I'm planning on doing like a little set of barbarians soon. I think she'd fit quite nicely in there. So I want to do the elf barbarian. I did as the Kickstarter as a 32mm mini. Because some of these big studios would have you believe that you can take a massive model and simply rescale it to 32mm, and it becomes a 32mm scale model. And what they miss is the fact that you actually sculpt in a particular scale because of minimum wall thicknesses and scale appropriate exaggerations and things like that. I do wish more people would pay attention to those kind of things because it really winds me up. So yeah, so the barbarian, the Kickstarter barbarian is going to get a little bit of attention and get remade completely, as in a full new resculpt. I won't be modifying the existing. Complete new resculpt into a 32mm barbarian badass. I should do this. lazy mouse on for a start, that'll make life a bit easier. Okay, let's get some seam lines down the side. Oh, it's looking a little bit Imperial Guard, isn't it? Sorry, Astra Militarium. They're not called Imperial Guard anymore, are they? Let's soften the curves here. Let's put some horizontal ridges this side, so I can just put a couple of studded lines in there. Yep, one Mandalorian, that too. Mate, you feel free. If it makes you feel better, join away. But equally, I'm never going to say no to you, mate. So the support is appreciated, but everything you do is also very much appreciated. Okay, let's get some studding going on. We just save because that just did something I do not like. And we want to. Zbrush is a fickle bugger. Yep, there we go. It's like I almost predicted that was going to happen, didn't I? Screw you, Zbrush. Professional intuition, that is. Maxon, if you're listening, instead of adding more features to Zbrush, can you please just spend a little bit of time focusing on making it crash less? So I, for one, would definitely appreciate that far more than new jazzy features. Oh, you cock. Okay, so it ain't gonna like doing these inserts. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to figure a way around this. Let's try Dynamesh the armour first and let's see if that makes a difference. It most definitely didn't, did it, Bunker? Right, so oh, it's like crashing for everything, man. I'm just going to have to go to the quick save, and quick save will be from the beginning of the thing before I did anything, no, won't it? This is why you save often with Zbrush, and also use the quick saves. You know what? I'm just gonna scalp a breastplate off another one. Let's just nab it. Right, so it looks comically oversized on him because I've made him a scrawny bugger. Let's start just tweaking it down. Let's get the roll right away. When I do this, these spheres are going to end up getting really badly distorted, so I'm going to end up taking them off, I think, and like redoing them later. Always happens. Do you know what? They're not that bad, but I am still going to swap them. They could be far worse. I'll live with it. It's too big. Let's go on to about 8. Too small. Must be 9 then. Eight it is. It won't go to 9. Yeah, no worries, Martin. You have a lovely day. I'll catch up with you soon, mate. Happy painting / sculpting. I look forward to seeing them later on. Adios, matey. Thanks for joining. So. Again, I'm going to go over to this guy. I'm going to find a new brace that I want to use. Let's take this one. I'm going to copy that. We'll come over here. We're going to paste it on. Mirror it. This one I'm going to this one I'm going to take this arm, I'm going to carve away the top. Bring it down like that, away from the body, and then we'll do some big trailing like fabric flap thing. Sharpen up the edges a touch there so it's got a little bit more definition. Add a few little. Oh, I'm going to turn laser mouse off for this bit of wisdom, right? Hey, Riz, how you doing? That's good. It's morning here on 10:30 AM. Drop the kids to school, and it's just having a little bit of coffee and sculpting. Oh, nice. Bit of Nurofen. Bit of ibuprofen for that back. What you need. A little heat pad or something. Bunker, if I was to have a large flat part on something unsupported and I auto support it and it doesn't support the area, do you think I should add supports to the area to be safe? Is it horizontal flat or have you angled it? Because generally if you're talking about like a base or a mini say, you want that to run upwards. So you want it to, not vertical but like at a 45-degree angle or give or take. But yeah, I would always put on like the underside of it. I always put like a good selection of supports, because the auto supports, they'll put supports where it needs in terms of like islands, but it doesn't always necessarily take into account mass. And what you got to remember is that flat area is going to be supporting its own weight, so it's going to depend upon how thick it is. If it's quite thin, you might get away with it. It might just deal with itself. But if it's quite thick, then there's a good chance it's going to start bowing and warping a touch. So I would always just put a few supports up there just to be certain. But use the use like a medium support with a 0.24 tip, and that'll mean that even if you put a shit ton on there, it'll still remove enough. So. It doesn't matter if it fails then, does it? That's fine. I love it, mate. That's the only reason she's bought you the printer, isn't it? Oh dear. I do have a store on cults, but I do think it looks like a place where like 3D files go to be pirated. It looks lawless, doesn't it? Don't forget, mate, you got Thingiverse for all the free stuff. You've got oh my god, I've got it on there already. It won't be on there for long, so if you want it, mate, I'd get it quick. In fact, if you find a Terminator, send me a link, man. It's the thing. GW they'll be shutting down any of that kind of stuff that comes up, but it's going to take them a bit of time to get like the notifications out. Hey, you look forward. How we doing? Okay, so today's plan, some gibbering bandits. So these are a continuation. I don't know if you saw them actually, but I did a set of bandits last month, led by Count Olaf from the old Lemony Snicket series. So did all these bandits, but then in the Descent into Avernus campaign, we encounter some gibbering bandits. They're basically just bandits who have been driven insane by basically being in hell. So here's my first one. So like in quite a ghoulish pose, like, you know, running, slavering, got a load of tongue hanging out and saliva going everywhere. And then I've got the one I'm working on today. I'm going to be doing 2 of these guys, I think. Where did I put him? So I'm going to do this guy in like a squatting pose. See, do you know what? It's not even the pricing at Games Workshop I don't like. Yeah, kind of 28 Days Later zombies, mate. That's a good likeness there. It's not even the pricing that I don't like with Games Workshop. It's the having to build the models. I was having a bit of a rant about it the other day, but I bought Blood Bowl about a year ago, and I spent 3 evenings trying to assemble the miniatures in the box, and I got halfway through the set, and I still haven't managed to play a game of Blood Bowl since, because I haven't had the extra hobby time to kind of spend on it. So I would much rather just have proxy models. In fact, I'm probably going to buy some proxy Blood Bowl teams that I can just 3D print as single piece models, just because I can't be dealing with it all now. I've been spoilt by 3D printing now, you see. I might have this guy sitting there, just like having like biting his fingers, maybe, or squatting down, like chomping on his hand. Okay, I think I'm pretty good with that so far. I'm going to lock that down. I'll detail it more when I pose. Let's just do merge visible, create our new file, let's rip out the ruler. So I'm genuinely chilly in my office today. Blow heater on my legs. Oh, did they? Went down well. Man. Are you practicing your Count Olaf voice? You have to make him get oh, what is it he always says now? It's literally and figuratively, isn't it? Well, they're sculpted for Descent into Avernus. So everything I've done for like the last 2 years, what I've basically done is I've got the Descent into Avernus book. We've gone through. So I was going to run the campaign myself, and I wanted the models for it. And it was one of these kind of things where I kind of thought, right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit every single encounter and every single NPC. So as you go through the book from the beginning, I've pretty much done everything you're going to need from the minute you start the game to, I think we're about 2/3 of the way through at the moment, give or take. So every scene, every kind of NPC we meet, every character I've pretty much done. There are a few bits I've missed. I haven't done the bathhouse yet in Baldur's Gate, which I need to kind of go back and deal with at some point. But to be honest, they're just mostly like naked characters running around with towels wrapped around them, so that'll be bloody easy, that will. A couple of masseuse characters and stuff in there. So again, nothing. You know, it'll be like a Roman toga party kind of thing, or you know, a Greek bathhouse. So there's nothing kind of you know, overwhelming there in terms of the actual the volume of work. And then I need to go and deal with the Elf Song Tavern. So I did the whole tavern set and everything for the Low Lantern. But what I didn't do, and I really need to make it happen, I need to make the patrons from it. So like all of the people who are just drinking in the bar that I described, who are the kind of the NPCs in that area, I've got to make all of them still for the Low Lantern. And then for the Elf Song Tavern as well, I need to do a little band of pirates and all the NPC patrons. So it's going to be a big one, that is, but it's probably going to just be a whole month of making like tavern stuff. But because it's right back in the campaign, I don't want to retrospectively do it until I've done a bit more of this stuff. I want to kind of push the campaign on a bit first. So okay, so let's call this Gibbering Bandit 2. Right, let's auto group first. So I've got my groups right. Right, so let's take that away first. Gotta get properly. You gotta watch a little bit of the old Neil Patrick Harris doing Count Olaf first, then, mate. Get yourself in the zone. Get yourself into the character of evil bastard thespian. that's the role you're playing. Ah. A bit too far then. It's going to be quite Gollum-y, I think this is. Quite Gollum-esque. Yeah, a couple of days of sculpting. So today I'm doing this, and then tomorrow I'm doing the nanolith stuff. So Max and Fabian and the guys at Woodpecker have asked me to do some boss sculpts for nanolith. which I think they're going to be offering to their backers as STL files rather than I don't think they're going to be physical miniatures. I think it's going to be STLs for now. They may potentially do like physical minis on like a reprint further down the line, like second edition kind of thing. But yeah, it's going to be quite a big boss monster. I'm not sure if they're going to have options for you to get hold of it if you want it as an STL file outside of the Kickstarter though. So I'll try and clarify that before I start so I can let you guys know if it's going to be available anywhere. And then yeah, let's say we'll get that sculpt on tomorrow. That'll be a little special with those guys. And then for yeah, Friday I definitely won't be on stream. I won't be about because we're off to sunny Rill for a couple of days. So normally I would do a head like this. I'd sculpt it like with symmetry on, and then modify it. But this one, I'm just gonna wing it. Hey, Chaz. Oh, he's supposed to be nail biting, but I think I've got the fingers a bit too far into his mouth. But he's like a full-on insane gibbering bandit. So I want him kind of like, you know, rocking in the corner, kind of like, you know, bite his fingers off kind of thing. That was the thing I'm kind of going for. Let's try and deliver it now. That's I need to put his hand on his face or something, don't I, as well, to give him that kind of real like distressed look, I think. How are you doing anyway today, Chaz? You keeping well, matey? I think I'm gonna just tweak that finger shape. Good. You up to anything interesting at the moment? Oh, nice. Very nice, very nice. Good bit of gardening. That just helps give him a little bit of an insane-y look. Yeah, just have the bones sticking out. Oh, I don't know, actually. Not a bad shout. Yeah, nothing says insane more than a missing finger because you chewed it off yourself. There you go, little bit on our stump of a finger. No worries, mate. You get off and do your hedge trimming, matey. I'll be about for a few more hours if you still need to chill when you're done, or if you're taking a rest in the sunshine with a bit of an iced tea or whatever. I'll still be here chatting nonsense, mate. So you have fun, mate. do a little quick save. Brigands, that was the one. Do you know what, this sleeve doesn't work on this guy now, unfortunately. Let's do another one with that one, make him more mobile and more runny, but it's fine.
Cheers, Bunker. Thank you for the prompt.
And for the soiled underpants as well. I do jest on that last bit. Yeah, it just catches me off guard, that sound does. Like, you got the chill lo-fi vibes and then all of a sudden it goes off like mega loud. The speaker's right next to my ear. So it's like, you know what, it doesn't need to be so composed just to have a belt on, so I'm going to take the belt off. See, and this is where it comes down to like customising the models rather than just saying like, you know, he's wearing the outfit he started with. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull it roughly to where I want it, and then I'm going to sculpt it into the shape I want it in. Right, if I do this and put this like here, this will give it a little bit more strength and structure. It is, it's just too chilled, isn't it? It's like a send you into a trance. But when you're relaxed and it's nice and warm and you're comfy and stuff like that, you feel like, well I do, I feel like I'm going to nod off. So the save it button's a godsend in that respect. Guys, if anybody else is listening and they want to scare the bejesus out of me, do feel free to use the exclamation ! Save it tag, or command, or whatever we call them. Because it will wake me up and prompt me to save my work, so I don't lose anything. That's Mr. Bunker's suggestion a while back, and it's been brilliant ever since. So now that that's looking a bit rough, let's give it a dynamesh with some polish to clean it up. The key with this is to keep the resolution low. Right, now these holes have come here because I've pulled through the mesh on the other side. So come around here, you'll see that there's no thickness here basically. This whole area is too thin. So there's no way of really easily repairing it. So I'm going to go in there with the inflate brush, smooth a bit. Then I'm going to redo my dynamesh, and then I'm just literally going to come back in and fix it because I can't. There's not once you get the holes in the mesh like that, there's not really a way of preserving it and retaining it. But I often say this with sculpting, painting, drawing, whatever else. Don't be precious about what you're making. If you screw it up, it's better that you know how to fix it and you can just calmly deal with it than it is to kind of start getting worked up about the work you've lost and how much time it's set you back and how much effort you put in and all that kind of stuff. Just go, right, I've done it once, I can do it again. And that little bit of confident mindset will put you in good stead for progressing and just getting better at stuff as well. Because often it's the confidence is holding you back from getting better. What's that phrase I see sometimes online? It's do everything you do with the confidence of a 4-year-old in a Batman suit. Sounds ridiculous, but it's bloody good advice. Although for me, when I was 4 years old, I was wearing a Superman suit and jumped off the sofa and bust my arm, so it wasn't. Confidence can be misplaced. So, know your limits, but be confident. See, it's not just nonsense talk here, it's advice for life. You guys are getting gems here for free. That's the kind of advice I give to my kids. Obviously they focus in less on the message and more on the kind of how did you break your arm wearing the Superman suit, Dad? Easy, I had a cape, I thought I could fly, I jumped off the buffet. This bit here I'm just going to rework, and I spent all that time shaping it because the shape doesn't work. So if you get used to concepting on the fly, and then you get used to kind of like scrapping bits you've completed. I mean, if you sculpt something or you make something and it's only relative to Zbrush now, this bit of advice, but if you sculpt anything in Zbrush and you think actually it's good but it doesn't suit this character, don't forget you can always export that one piece and save it for like another one, because there will always be a character where you'll get to use it. In the worst case scenario, you make a little tool set or whatever and you flog them online, make a bit of longer out of it. Which is exactly what I'm going to start doing with my component library, I believe. Our chats over the last few streams have made me think it actually is a pretty decent idea, I should do it. Right, laser mouse off. Let's turn that on. Let's get some serious kind of like tears and dinks and dents and stuff going on. See, my brain's ticking away here while I'm doing this, trying to think about what I'm going to do for the pose for the last one. And everything in me is saying, have him throw in a turd. Bunky, you're not supposed to encourage me. He basically is supposed to be insane, so he's like sat in the corner like a gibbering wreck and biting his fingernails. He's bitten one of his fingers off, so he's got like a little stump of a finger already. I'm going to do his hair kind of all matted and messy, so he looks a little bit more dishevelled and like distressed. So I've got the first insane dude is this one out. So he's like running, salivating, tongue hanging out kind of thing. This guy is the opposite end of the spectrum, so he's kind of the rocking backwards and forwards in the corner, biting his own fingers off, kind of pulling his hair and all that kind of stuff. And then the next one, I'm going to do some kind of well, yeah, I mean, squatting down he could well be, but I'm going to do the next one flinging his own shit, I think. So. Good old handful of it getting lobbed at your adventuring party. That'll throw him, won't it? Do you know, I'm so tempted, but I think it's one of those things. It's quite hard. The ideas are great, and then it's like really difficult to try and like actually make them happen. So like they get lost in translation a little bit. Yeah, that's it. If I was doing it full colour and you know, a large scale or whatever it is, then it might kind of work. But 32mm scale, you know, nothing to like show it. I mean, it's something you'd paint on. Do you know what I mean? You could paint it on the model. Oh, I'm not even fussed about crude. I did a farting imp before. You know what I mean? One of my ghouls is scratching his bumhole. You know, those kind of things don't bother me so much, but it's more about the it's just bending at the waist there. Oh, hang on. Oops. Yeah, crude isn't something that puts me off, but the story's got to be there. Do you know what I mean? It's got to feel character, like in character for that guy. You know, and I mean these are like generic bad guys, generic bandits and stuff. There's not a character there necessarily, but I still like to give them a bit of something. So they're not just, you know, not just generic fodder. I think it's like a painting project. You want it to be a bit interesting, don't you? Tell a bit of a story and all that. Oh, what's up, man? What's he doing? Oh, you gotta go back and correct it then. Were you on stream when I just had repeated Zbrush crashes when I first started? I started trying to give this guy like a unique set of armour, so I started like re-sculpting it. And then every time I touched anything, it just died, and I had to revert back to an auto save and just forget trying to make the armour. Let's fix the bodged knee. No, I've never had that actually. No, I've never had it get stuck in minimise mode. I mean, it does a lot of crappy stuff with me. But I've never had that one happen. That's probably something to look forward to. Are you running the latest version, or have you? Because I'm still on 22.05 on mine. I've come back off upgrading because I didn't want to. No. I can't even remember if you have to pay for this one or not, but I've got no problems with what I'm doing. Just what I said, I don't even need new features. I mean, you've seen me working. I mean, what can Zbrush offer me now that I can't already do? Do you know what I mean? I don't need any more features. All I want now is efficiency. I want it to stop crashing so bloody often. I want stability fixes. That's all I want from it. I mean, if anybody's watching this and wondering whether or not you should pick up Zbrush, yes, you should. It's fantastic. Despite listening to me moaning about it and complaining about it crashing and how unstable it is, and hearing me like curse it out every so often with some at times quite creative and colourful language, which it thoroughly deserves. It's a fantastic bit of kit. And once you nail a workflow in it, it enables you to work so fast and so effectively. it's just worth its weight in gold. Now, of course, that's metaphorical because it's a bit of digital kit. It doesn't weigh anything. Doesn't mean it's worthless. That's not what I'm saying. What's that, Riz? Like a symbol on the thing. I can't even make out what it is. Oh, it's a Japanese character. Got ya. Didn't spot that. Got you, got you, got you. So are you Japanese yourself then, or do you speak Japanese? Ah, brilliant. Yeah, the last company I worked for was Japanese, before I went full-time sculpting, and it was an eye-opener. Japanese culture is something else. It's something completely unfamiliar as well, and learning about it was very interesting. It was called Denso. They make car parts. Aftermarket car parts. I'm not even sure where they're based in Japan. I used to work. I used to go for their offices in Germany, in Ecking. But I was the facilities manager for the site in Coventry. Facilities manager, health and safety manager, and environmental manager. Yeah, Japanese hierarchy and ways of working, things like that. They were quite eye-opening, actually. Well, it's all this. I mean, I could never do it myself. I'm not disciplined enough, but it's the, like, everybody has to start at the bottom, don't they? This seemed to be the thing, like. And it's like if you're the new guy in the office, you're on like the lowest rung of the ladder. Then you have to kind of like be subservient to everybody else. And it was this expectation that that's it. You get pay rises with like experience, just for being there, because they value like age and wisdom. And it was this. What was it now? So like the young guy who's like new to the business has to be in the office before his boss, and he's not allowed to leave until his boss leaves. So that carries on all the way up the food chain. So like the guy who's at the top of the company, he can like roll in when he likes and leave when he likes, and when he gets there, everybody will already be there, and when he leaves, everybody will still be there. and then they'll slowly start filtering out. But if he then decides, I want to go to the bar and get lathered after work, then it's his minions, his subordinates, who will be responsible for taking him. And it's like that young guy in the office who's like the first one in and the last one out. He's the guy who has to not only drive the boss to the pub and stuff like that, but also like buy his drinks and stuff. And it was honestly, I don't know how anybody gets through that phase of work and what stays in the workforce. It just seems like absolutely crazy to me. But they just accept it there. But I used to have I mean they really the Japanese guys really burned the candle at both ends. And because I was facilities manager, I used to kind of be responsible for kind of like, you know, security firms and stuff. So when the security guys used to like have alarm activations and whatnot, I used to get the phone calls, and we banned. Well, so we banned it. They weren't supposed to do it anyway, but we had to put a physical security walk around in place every night. We hired a security firm in to do it because staff were locking up the building without checking the building, and they'd pop their head round the door and have a little look. But like you're talking like 9-10 o'clock at night, and they'd be leaving the office, and I'd get a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning from security because they'd had an alarm activation. And what would have happened is one of the Japanese guys would have stayed to call home or something like that, or have a meeting, and they've fallen asleep at the desk, and they wake up and set all the alarms off, but they're not key holders, and they're like trapped in the building. So we'd have this all the time, and I'd just have to be like guys, like no more working no more working late. You know, 7 o'clock every night we've got the guys coming round, and they're locking up the building, and they would physically go around and check every desk to make sure nobody was sleeping. Yeah, I think there's a lot of tradition, isn't there, in Japan? There's a lot of this kind of stuff. It's like they do stuff because it's always been that way. It's the old ways and stuff. And I like that. I respect it, but it's not something I can relate to. Obviously, I've never worked that way myself. Never had that kind of thing. It's like for me, like the respect is earned. You know what I mean? It's not something that you kind of you should automatically be entitled to. And it's that whole thing as well. You know, like. You hear people going, "Oh, I've been doing this job for 20 years. You know, who are you to tell me what I'm doing?" kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you might be doing it for 20 years, but have you been doing it right for 20 years? So I know a lot of people who've been doing the job for a very, very long time and still aren't very good at it. So. Yeah, that's it, and it's not everybody deserves it, do they? That respect is absolutely earned. It's not a right. Let's make this dude's beard a bit longer, I think. Topology on that so I can sculpt some hair strands. So let's lazy mouse on for that. Let's turn the intensity up and the size. I'd love to visit Japan at some point. I was gutted I never managed to get to go when I was working for them, to be honest, because I think that would have been an opportunity. Do you know what I mean? But I've always loved like Japanese culture and Japanese history and stuff like that. And it's something I've been interested in for a while, a long time. But I think a lot of people who are like anime fans and JRPG fans and stuff share that same kind of love. Do you know what I mean? You associate with the kind of the things you're interested in. Let's just bring that line forward a bit. Oops. Wrong move brush. Yeah, and I remember looking at them. I think Jacob would love to go as well, my son. I think he'd really enjoy it. He's getting really into that kind of stuff too. So maybe he's a bit old, I might take him. So these guys, I think are kind of on the verge of becoming ghouls. I mean, that's the gist of where they're kind of headed, and that's the point of what's trying to go on here. So I'll do like a big tuft of hair missing, like he's ripped it out, like he's got a big bald spot on his head, like on the side or something like that. So that go. Let it auto save. Starting to look a bit like a dishevelled mess, isn't he? So, mission achieved. There's a little bit of dynamesh going on here. Get some stranding going on. Oh, cheers, bunker. I come in never worked that time. And my sound never went off. Oh, you've left a space in it, haven't you? It was all one word, ain't it, for there? You see here, what I've done is I've roughed in the thick strands, and then within the thick strands I'm kind of doing like finer stranding, but I'm not following the I'm not following it entirely because it's adding texture and mass. Or talking about hair, it should be volume, I suppose, shouldn't it? Oh, turds. You're getting set 2 on then. So I was impressed with your print calibration, Bunker. You nailed that one, mate. So the cones of calibration is a fantastic tool, and it's not the definitive tool for like calibrations. If you're doing it professionally and stuff, it's a good tool to kind of just get you started. But it's not really. It's not. There's no such thing as a catch-all test. It's like if you look at the Amira Labs City test or like the other ones that the people use, a lot of them are what's the word now? Like more. You can't get NetFab anymore. Are you sure? What the bloody hell just happened to my voice then? You sure you can't get NetFab anymore? I've just typed it in. It literally says download NetFab 2024 free trial. But when you run it, you get up. So download NetFab 2024. You can use it. You're allowed to use it and redistribute it for free without registration. Let me see if I'm allowed to register. If I'm allowed to redistribute it. Let me see if I've got the download of it. Yeah, you definitely don't need to pay for NetFab though. Which version am I using? I literally just use it for fixing files, for repairing files before they go out to anyone. So, you can also do it in Lychee now as well, to be fair. So if you let me show you. If you genuinely can't get hold of NetFab, it's actually part of the Lychee software. So if you download Lychee, I believe, what's her name, Lulu, I did yesterday? Lolly. So if I bring the unrepaired version of Lolly in, she should come in red, because the wear error's on the mesh. There you go, so she's red. So that tells you it's not repaired. But when you click into Lychee, you get this object repair. So it says 6 holes detected. You click repair 3D model. And now it's fixed. So like the software has done it for you. But not everybody uses Lychee, and I still like to send out like repaired files so that everything's. I know people aren't going to have issues with it. Because I always say if there's going to be an issue with a file, I don't want a customer to be the one that finds it. I mean, I should be kind of aware of this stuff beforehand. and if I'm not, there's a problem. Yeah, so my process will be, I'll be doing this guy in a bit once I've tatted up his shoes and his armour and gear and stuff like that. But so my process will be, I'll clone everything. So with the ruler and everything in the scene, just like I've got here now. With the ruler and everything in the scene, the ruler's my fixed reference. That's my 100mm scale. So y equals 100 refers to this ruler. So the ruler's the active tool when I export. Everything else then comes out relative size to that. And I'll go to merge visible, create a clone of everything, except in this scene I've already done it. So what I will do in this case is I'll take this dude with all his gear. So I've got the gibbering bandit 2 here. What I'll do is I'll just create a copy of that. So I'll preserve the version that's got all of the poly groups and everything else in, preserve that version, duplicate that particular tool with all the bits in, dynamesh that, making sure that I don't lose any major groups or whatever else, and then decimate it and export it, and jobs are good. Yeah, the auto group, poly group, delete hidden is usually a good thing to do. I do that if I notice that I've got little floaty islands, because I always do a visual inspection of the model before I export it. So once I do this next phase of merging it all in, let me get rid of the lines because it makes it hard. So once I've done the next bit, in fact, if you give me a minute, I'll be doing that bit anyway. So let's just get onto this. Let's lazy mouse off. Let's just put a few little scuffs and scratches and holes and things. Okay, so I think he's ready to go. So I'll show you now. So I will duplicate this guy. So let's rename him Gibbering Bandit 2 again. I'll call this one Gibbering Bandit 2 PG, so polygroups. So this one now is going to get dynameshed. So I'm going to turn polish off, put it up to about 1000. Usually I'm looking for the number of active points to be less, it's equal than or higher than the starting point. So that's about the same, I think. So that's pretty decent, I'll live with that. Turn that off. I'm just going to come in and just smooth off any of these areas now where I've got the base mesh still showing through, and I need to do some fixes and whatever. Just smoothing out the joints. Let's put the some lines in the back of his hand for like the veins. Let's get his, not veins, sorry, the sinewyiness of his hand. Let's do his knuckles up a little bit to make him look a little bit more scrawny and emaciated. Doing a little smoothing over. That's good. Okay, now I'll do a physical check over everything. Oh, the repair step's just a precaution, mate, more than anything else. There's, when you do your dynameshes, because of the way I sculpt here, everything I do, there's a little bit of, there's room for things to kind of go wrong. And not in a way that you'd notice, but just in a way that will show up on the slicer. The problem is if you have one or two of those little manifold holes, or hang on, I've got bloody. No. If you've got one or two of those little manifold holes or anything going on in the mesh, or non-manifold holes, then we're going to end up with problems come the slicer, with like holes in the model where it will turn the model inside out, it won't recognise it, it won't be able to print it, and you can get fails just because of that. And 3D printing is one of those things where there's so many things that can go wrong anyway. If you can just help people along and just minimise the risk of those failures. Subtool analysis, yeah. The mesh integrity here, that one. Check mesh integrity. So 3 faces with multiple reference to the same vertex. 10 edges shared by more than 2 polygons. Transform. What are we looking at? Was it the analyze? Was it you said? That one. There you go. I don't think any of them are right. There you go. Subtool is not watertight. Volume is not applicable. What was that? No, Dynamesh, when you come into these bits here, you can usually see it, I think. So you see there, I've got that area there, right in the knuckle. I've got a white spot. There's no hole there, but when I rotate it round, it changes, which means right in that little spot there, I've got an issue with probably where the holes are. I can see one there, I can see one in his nostril, one there and a few there. And I think these are the bits where we've got the issues. Now, obviously you can close holes, but it's not going to address that necessarily. Well, it does seem to, for the most part. I need to deal with this bit here because this is just crass. That's just not on. Let's get the inflate in there. Let's just bump that up a bit. So that's not going to be a drama. The space between the fingers there, I'm just going to bump up and inflate as well. Inside the mouth, I'm just going to close that hole because I don't need it to be open. I don't want it to be open like that. A few little areas like this I'm just going to go and run the inflate over. Yeah, I never pay any attention to the size they're at, because like I say, for me it's all a relative thing. Because all I do is the final thing I do is I set that Y dimension is 100 so the vertical height is 100 of whatever subtool I've got active. So if I have him active and I export him now, he's going to export a 100mm tool, which is completely wrong. But if I use the ruler as the active tool, then my ruler is absolutely 100mm tall. That is supposed to be right. That is the case. The model was scaled before I posed him. Because I haven't rescaled the model and I haven't rescaled the ruler, even after posing, I know this guy is still 32mm scale, the same as every other model in the range. So using this as a constant, I can always be assured that I export at 100mm, and the files are always going to come out the right size. So it doesn't matter to me what the size is within Zbrush, that's irrelevant. It only matters for things like the dynameshing and stuff like that. You know, when you're not sure what level of dynamesh you need to use. I don't know what's going on here, I need to check this, but I've got a few things in my OneDrive that aren't syncing by the look of things. I'm wondering if I've hit my capacity on it. No, I haven't. I don't know why it's not syncing. There's a sync issue. Oh. Okay, so we'll take this dude now. What else do I need to? Let's just sort his crotch out, because that's a little bit too not blended. Oh, again, this is how my brain works now. But this is like me thinking it'd be funny to like have a little hole in there with one of his nuts hanging out. I'm not gonna. That's how my brain's working right now. Wouldn't it be funny if one of his nads was hanging out of a hole in his trousers? Okay, wonderful. Right, so we got number 2 done. Biting off his fingers. So let's copy that. Let's paste him into the scene where they're all scaled relative. Yep, sure. Ruler is over here. We got to go ruler and geometry size. Where do I find that one again? That's a Z plugin scale master, isn't it? Hey, what did you change? Ah, right. That old chestnut. Yeah, and I say it doesn't matter what the scene thinks it is, but when I export it, it's 100mm. And everything works when it comes out. So we never used to have Scale Master, so that was never even a thing. Do you know what I mean? It was so 2 gibbering bandits. Let's get the third one on. What I do is I just use 100mm. So I've got white over here. I've got the a section of the export master. No, it's not export master. I've got the scale master here. So Y equals 100mm. And I've got the 3D print hub sections. So I've got the export to STL button there. As you can see, it's highlighted on the left hand side as I go over here. We've got the decimation master functions over here as well. So yeah, basically I just use that, and I've got all of my export options are locked in. So export visible, 2 separate files, disregard all the textures and polypaints, etc. Binary STL format, and then I've obviously stored the export settings so they always get stuck. So yes, so basically whatever I set here, the 3D print hub, that Y equals 100mm, that's all it cares about. Scale Master doesn't even come into that. So as long as I set the Y to 100, and I've got the ruler active when I export, that comes through. Yeah, exactly, and you can do it dynamically on the fly. So you could say that's 200mm or 500mm or whatever it is, and it'll scale up and down accordingly. But yeah, for me, every single time, because everything's all part of the same range, everything is always 100mm. It's just a constant I use. So if I need to scale the models up or down, what I do is I'll do that when I'm sculpting in relation to this ruler, and it just makes it easy to track them. But then let's get a little bit of, let's save this because I've done that one dude. So the thing I'll say here is that everything I'm doing is, so going back to 2010 when I started sculpting, there weren't any guides or tutorials or anything like that for what I was doing. Everything that existed at that point was all around like sculpting, sorry, not sculpting, just modelling for video games and animation and stuff. So most of what you'd read was about getting clean geometry and making everything like, you know, posable and all that kind of stuff. And that was never a concern for me because I was never interested in any of that. It's just not part of what I do. So I had to learn my own way of sculpting. So I just kind of figured out everything myself. So there's probably 90% of Zbrush I've never even touched or looked at because I don't really need it. So I've kind of developed my own way of working. I've developed my own workflows, keeping it simple. So again, for context, when I started sculpting 20 odd years ago, I was sculpting using green stuff, like Needle-type putty, which is like a two-part epoxy that you mix together and it cures up. And I was using that. I was using something called Procreate, which was a similar kind of thing. I was using polymer clays, Milliput, those kind of things. So you start off with a wire armature, you pose the wire armature, then you sculpt on the model, and you build it up in layers. So you start with like you start by skinning the armature, then you add the muscle groups and the bulks and stuff like that on, and then you sculpt any flesh areas that are going to be visible. Build up the clothing layers, and then you add any armours on top of that. So you kind of, you like we do with the Zbrush, but you're dressing this model, but you have to start with the posed model because you can't pose it later on. And everything I do in Zbrush is basically adapting my physical sculpting technique to a digital medium. So I would always come into it using, like, I've always looked at it as a sculptor, not a modeler. So when Dynamesh got introduced, like shortly after I started doing it, it was fantastic for me because it was like exactly what I needed. It allowed me to work without having to go out external and use a base mesh and all this kind of stuff, and you know, everything just kind of worked well for me then. Yeah, the ruler's a good way of working, to be fair. So I got the idea from Bobby Jackson originally. So again, when I was beginning to sculpt, there weren't many people doing it. There was a few kind of like Reaper pros who had picked it up. So Bobby was one of them, and he was making some miniatures. And I was tapping him up for a bit of advice, and he was giving me some direction, some steer and instruction and stuff. And he had this 50mm ruler that he made that he used for scale. So this whole thing was very much like you know, a pro tool that he was using in the industry that I'm working in. And I was like, well, all right, if you're doing it, I'll try it. Let's see how it goes. And it worked great for me, but then it had some limitations for me because I needed to scale some stuff up. And if I'm honest, I could still use a 50mm ruler and it'd be fine. Because again, you just set Y to 50 and then everything exports relative. But what I found was, like, I started to make stuff that was a bit bigger. You know, like doing ogres and things you want to be like 50, 60, 70, 80mm tall. And then your measuring point reference finishes at 50mm. You end up having to duplicate it and double it up. So I ended up starting to just use I made a 100mm ruler in Blender, and I just started using that. So that was just how it kind of came about, really. Yeah, but again, let me show you this little thing that I normally do as well. So everything I do is using this standard base mesh. So I always start with this. It's not this one, is it? Well, I must have it in the scene somewhere. There you go. So that's my base model I've made, right? If I put the floor on, you can see the floor. So we've got the floor grid and everything like that. So if I scale this up too much, we're going to exceed the floor size, and you're going to end up with a massive mesh. In the past, I've done that, which is sometimes when you see me import an object, if it's an object I made a long time ago, it could come in absolutely frigging enormous, and I have to scale it right down to make it fit on the models. But at the moment, everything is sitting comfortably within this like floor as a scene, and this is generally what I tend to do. So I'll try and retain everything within that kind of size, and this is my standard scene size. So I'm not fussed about actual, you know, dimensions or anything else. All I kind of need to know is that when I'm working on this, I'm probably working around about 500-600 resolution for the most part on the Dynamesh, and that's all I really need to know. It buggers me up sometimes when I use a base mesh that I load in and it's like 5 times bigger, and I'll do the Dynamesh and it comes in really low, so I have to crank it up, and I'm using like a Dynamesh resolution of like 2,500, which just feels alien to me. And what I should do is I should rescale the entire model down so it fits. But you know, knowing what you should do and doing what you should do. Two different things entirely, mate. What's that? Ryan's tool. What's that? I think I've taken my finger off the pulse there. I don't even know what Ryan's tool is. Is that Ryan Kingsley you're talking about? Oh, I think check on that. If you've got a link to it, mate, you want to throw it in the Discord chat, I'd appreciate it. So what should I do with this guy then? We're going to do him flinging a turd? It's that good, is it? If it's that good, I'll definitely have to check it out. So I tend not to use other people's stuff though, for the most part. It tends to be like, you know, I'm not much of one for having to like change up my workflow. But if it can take some guesswork out, I'm definitely happy to have a look at that. Oh, it's not a matter of right and wrong. It's just different, isn't it? And this is one of the things that's nice to see when you see other people working. Is like, I watched some of Dave Whitaker's modelling and stuff like that when he makes his models, and his stuff's like completely bloody different to mine. Like, I felt like I was doing something terribly wrong watching him, because he just seems to just like, he was using a combination of Maya and Zbrush, and you know, and I'm there just kind of like, you know, just going, nah, just Zbrush all the way for me. But as long as it gets the end result, that's all that matters, isn't it? The journey to get there is less important. So let's tatter this up a bit. So. And I'll say, for me, the whole journey of discovering how to use Zbrush and everything else was really difficult, because the tutorials for making miniatures didn't exist at the time. There was nothing about 3D printing, so I had to kind of like wing it and guess and try and figure it out the hard way. And you know, everything was a chore. Everything was a chore. And I say, over time, like, information's becoming a little bit more readily available, but it's still quite hard to come by unless you know where you're looking and what you're looking for. And you'll still see people spouting, like, you know, information about, oh, this is how geometry is important, this is how you do it, blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, that's fine if you're going to be animating the mesh, or if you're trying to keep it like lightweight for a video game or something like that. But you know, rough and ready Dynamesh is absolutely perfect for what I do. And like I say, I think it's just sometimes just know its limitations. You know what I mean? It's like, I've had customers ask me I've had clients ask me if I can make virtual tabletop models for them. I'm like, no. It does. I can't even decimate a model down to a VTT kind of level where it's passable. You know what I mean? It's just hard. You need to sculpt something that's deliberately simple. I mean, your Hero Forge models are probably about the optimum for that kind of thing, because they're so simple themselves, because the way they import them and how they use them on the site. I'll say the Dynamesh model here. This is like when you start reducing the polys down and stuff, it doesn't really optimize itself for retopology without a whole ton of extra work. So I'm not really ever keen on doing that kind of thing. Getting rid of some crappy geometry like that one. A few creases in the back of his knees. Reduce that intensity down, turn that off. Let's do it with the something like that. What I like about this as well, you can actually draw straight over the detail with this when you do it like that. And you're not using the dynamic tessellation, you can do all the little holes, all the little details and stuff, and then just do all your big creases and stuff straight over the top. Why have I still got the rule enabled on this? Okay, so I think I'm gonna stop there with this guy. I think let's just take this off. Use symmetry, let's nerf this beard out a bit. Right, so let's get the ruler in. Let's get this guy merged, merge visible. Split the rule off. Let's take the base away. Okay, let's get this guy posing. It didn't, mate. It was actually too cold in the office to run it at the time, and I forgot to put it back on afterwards. I say with Jacob's birthday today, we've ended up like Monday was a bit of a mad rush around, so we had to get a load of stuff ready. And I never made it back down to the office on the night, so I've got to try and get it on today after the after stream before I have to go and pick Jacob up. Well, Jacob and Willow. So I'm going to try and knock this on the head around about 2ish. Hopefully the office will have warmed up enough to print by the time I actually get ready to go. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I reckon I should get this last bandit done, this last gibbering bandit done today, and then next stream it'll be onto the ghasts. Yeah, you've got to keep your eye on the temperatures when you're printing, 'cause it's one of the easiest things to cause a fail without you realising it. Yeah, never underestimate office temperature, man. Or it's not just the actual ambient temperature of the room; it's the actual temperature of the resin that you've got to keep an eye on. So the room temperature is obviously important, but if your room temperature is cold and you're going to be running a print, if you think the room's going to be warm up enough during the thing, you can actually just put the bottle of resin in a bottle of warm water, like a bowl of warm water, like when you heat a baby's bottle up. But you do need, just to make sure, you do just need to make sure that you've got the resin temperature up and that your bottle's dry before you start decanting it. You do not want to be putting water into your resin vat. That's a no-no. Yeah, radiators on the radiators is alright. But that means you've got to have the radiator on those things, so. Hey Elaine, how you doing? I think I'm winning. How are you today, anyway? What brings you in? You looking for some ghoulish goodness? I'm literally about to sculpt this guy throwing his own turd now, so. Get a little bit of rough posing done before I refine it. Yeah, I have the same thing. So I wear hats sometimes. You say in this weather, but we ain't having this weather at the moment. We had it last week. We had a heat wave last week. This morning when I came into the office, the office was 14 degrees. So we've had a little bit of a. It's a bit cooler now. It's not so sunny out, and there's a bit of chill in the air. Not quite enough to be winter coating or any of that kind of business, but definitely got a hoodie back on again. Ow, cock. Hang on. Let me address this bit. Your PC says 18 degrees. Mine says 17 at the moment, but. Oh, you had a thunder rumble. Was that your belly? You're not eating? Do you know what? Speaking of, my coffee mug's empty. I need to go and get a top up. I'll grab a snack as well. So, just before I finish posing this guy, he says as he goes in to do a little bit more. But we should expect that by now, shouldn't we? Yeah, it's gonna have to happen at some point, isn't it? Little channel mascot. Hey Rosie, how you doing? Oh, see, I can't go now. I was gonna go and grab a coffee, mate, and then you rock up. I feel bad if I just abandon you. How's work today, matey? I don't think she's here. She's gone out shopping to go and get some stuff for the little one's birthday. Like, get him he wants sushi for dinner, so she's going to go and pick him up some sushi for his tea tonight, and then. And she's got to get a few other little odds and sods. I don't know what time she'll be back then, man. It could be ages. I could be waiting forever. Die of thirst while I'm waiting for that. I don't think that kind of thing happens in our house, mate. Oh no, I help though. Oh, nice. You got a printer as well now? Rosie. Criminal, mate. Criminal. Right, fair enough then. Yeah, Bunker's like a pro now, already. Dude, if you want to do it, go for it with my blessing, mate. I won't be there myself, so if you want to go for that, absolutely help yourself. Don't worry about having to do the kickback, just I can get you a bunch of my flyers if you like, and you can pass them out to people for us. We'll call it quits. Yeah, what I'm going to need to do next year, I need to start looking at some more shows to do, I think. Because I've invested in like display stands and packaging and everything for this last year, and I've not used it yet. So I need to get some more shows under my belt. Little ones though. I don't want anywhere I've got to kind of spend a ton of cash, like hotels and stuff like that. Ideally, I want to be able to get up there, set up in the morning, and mate, if you want to do shows and stuff, go for it, man. I mean, if you don't have any resin stock and stuff like that, I can always sell you it as a merch. I'm setting up a section on the website soon, which is basically like if you're a merchant interested in selling, so you'll be buying at retail rates, kind of retail discount rather, with like full retail packaging, like shelf ready, like full blister packs and stuff. So trying to get some products into some shops. So yeah, if anybody knows any like friendly local gaming stores that might be interested in stocking my stuff, be sure to give them a nudge and send them to my website. Get them to have a little browse of my wares. And if they want anything, we can sort them out with an account and all that kind of business. Get some orders placed. Let's see if we can help them with a bit of promo as well. What were you trying to get in there, then, mate? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's one of them, isn't it? I think if it presents well, and they think they can make money out of it, they'll stock it, won't they? But problem is, it's not it's not Games Workshop or something else that's like, you know, particularly known the world over kind of thing. You're always going to be up against it, aren't you? Yeah, I keep forgetting you do your basing stuff and your basing materials and that. I need to get some swag off you, mate, because I've got I need to make some like terrain boards and stuff, and I need like flock and stuff like that to be able to do a whole like tabletop setup, mostly for staging photos and stuff like that, really. But in fact, you know what? You may have already sent it me once before, but if you can ping me over your link to your store, mate, send it on the Discord. I'll put it up on our website as a friend of the Lion Tower. Yeah, I can imagine, man. Isn't it materials, basing materials you do as well, though? Yeah, send us some details over later, mate, when you get a chance. So it's my son's birthday today, so the chances I'm going to get a chance to look at it properly today are slim to none, but once everything's died down a little bit later and things are a bit quieter after they've gone to bed and whatever else, I'll have a little mooch through so we can get a little website update on. Oh yeah. I was actually tempted to do some of my bases and offer them as like pre-painted and see how well they go. See if there's any like uptake on that. You can paint them quite quickly using contrast paints and dry brushing, and then just finishing them off with a little bit of like flockage and stuff. But I did a few sets of bases like a long time ago and cast them in resin. I've never got around to actually selling anything. This was like when I was doing the first part of my range before I did any STL files. I made some like Necromunda type bases that were quite cool actually. and then I got a load of square bases for like a regiment, like the 20mm ones. Yeah, the 20mm ones, the smaller square ones. Got a load of them, and basically made like a continuous like forest type setup on there with like logs and branches and rocks and stuff like that. And the plan was with them that they were going to be what's the word now? They'd be sold as like a regiment base, so you could put the whole regiment on a base. But yeah, never happened. Hey, I did a swamp style one this month. Last month, sorry, did you see it? Did all my swamp bases. Didn't start out as swamp bases, started out as forest bases, but then I made them too thick. And then when I thinned them out, I ended up with a few flat spots, which actually worked out quite well to be water. So I just went with it and called it a swamp. Oh, I never did bubbles. Oh shit! I should have done them all bubbly. I can do a bubbly swamp another time, I suppose. But I only did them as a demo because I can't remember who it was now. Somebody asked me about doing bases, and I was trying to demonstrate this like texture stamp thing I do. And I ended up making a whole set of swamp bases off the back of it. But what kind of hairstyle should I do this guide? Well mate, if you want bases, I can always make more bases and you can license them. You can have them for printing. Yeah, I mean we got the various different sizes of cobblestones. We've got the wooden planks, and then the swamp bases, and then the Kingdom of Talarius ones, which are like kind of like ruins with like some flagstones in amongst like grass and rock and rubble and pillars and stuff like that. Well, I think what I need to do is I need to take the Kingdom of Talarius ones and I need to make some more, I need to make them round, because they're all square bases designed for the Kings of War, but I've got the texture stamp for it. I've never did the round bases for it, and obviously I only use round bases on my models for the most part, so don't really have any call for square bases for myself. Get more use out of them if I actually make them round. So maybe I'll do that for this month. Maybe I'll put that set in this month's one. Yeah, I think the square bases, if they do the Warhammer the Old World in that kind of like square format now, back into regiments and stuff, then I think we're going to start seeing a lot of people taking them up. So if you've got them there ready to go, that's the time to like start pouncing. Do you know what I mean? That's when you start pitching your product hard. Cock off. No, he's a bandit, but they're basically it's a couple of bandits who have been driven insane in Elturel. So Elturel has been plunged into the depths of the Nine Hells, and is being tormented by devils and all sorts. And there's these bandits there who have basically they've been driven into gibbering wrecks. They've gone mad because of all the hell stuff, really. But I was going to go throw a few rocks onto the base here just to give them a little bit of a. Oh, thanks, Riz. Right. Got about another hour of sculpting still to do, so I'm just going to pop this now that it's saved. I'm going to pop you guys on a BRB. Sorry Rose, I'm going to have to run because I'm desperate for loot. I'm going to buy biscuits. Don't go eating them all again. There you go, grab yourself a Kit Kat and a cup of coffee, and I'll just one Kit Kat there, not 12. I'll be back in a minute. Right guys, as usual, the site's up there, the store's on, the 30% discount is still running on everything, so if anybody wants to go and buy any swag, now is the time to grab it. And I'll be back to you guys in a couple of minutes, so I'll see you in a bit guys, don't go away.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
There you go, it's back now. Didn't have any Kit Kats, so went for a Snickers and a coffee. I say Snickers, it's an Aldi knockoff Snickers, so it's a racer bar. I do love my Aldi knockoffs. Right. Let's get on. You're talking grub. Digestives with cheeses, particularly. Do you know what? Digestives. You get cream cheese with garlic and herb. That's good. Oh, racers are equally as good as a Snickers by a mile. Nah, they're ace, man. They're ace. Chicken and bacon salad with an apple and snack-sized Twix. Oh, and an orange Rocky. There's a blast from the past. Caramel Rockies used to be my favourite. Got to inflate this guy's hands a touch so his fingers don't snap off. Do you know, I find it's not even a case of not being able to afford it. I actually genuinely prefer the like the cheaper knockoff stuff sometimes. Like if money's no issue, it's like I'd still choose the Aldi ones. Like, I really like their Mossoroff brand. You know, they're kind of like more premium chocolate. They do a really nice one that's got it's like a little bar, and it has a filling inside. So there's chili. It's a dark chocolate bar. It's got chili in it, and then in the middle of it, it's got like a cherry gel. Oh, and it's amazing. It's like one of my favourites from anywhere, that is. They are nice, aren't they? Really, really good. Right. I'm going to put what we call a puddle base under this guy's foot. We call it a puddle base because it's the shape of a puddle. Don't know, I said it in a weird voice. I made everything weird, but I did, so live with it. Yeah, but you do get a pack. You do get a pack of like 4 of them usually, though, for what you pay for them. But they are. You're right. They're the Aldi Premium, which is still not massively expensive. Guess I'm just going to freeze. Put the right masking tool on. Freeze the bottom right out so I can make sure I don't end up putting any stuff in there. Still want a smooth bottom. I'll put a few rocks on here and some like sandy texture top stuff. That'll just help to give the guy a bit of balance on his feet when he's been glued down. Nothing worse than a model with no bloody contact surface to go with the ground. I say nothing worse. Anytime I say that, I always think there's fucking millions of things worse than that, isn't there? But you know what I mean. Oops. Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, she's not even back. I've just had to make my own again. Still out shopping. Alright, dude. You have a good afternoon anyway, mate. I'll catch up with you later. I'm streaming again tomorrow, doing a nanolift sculpt, so if you're about, feel free to drop in and check it out. A little bit of cyberpunk bad guyness. Should be fun. Creepy spider monster thing. Enjoy your afternoon, mate. Let's take one of those little rocks I've got there. I'm going to pop it underneath his foot at the back so it increases the surface area. Oh, you know, talking about doggo, my sister had, she didn't have it, but her dog, Cleo, had 11 puppies yesterday. The big XL bully one. 11 of them. Well, on that note, take it easy, mate. Have a good one. I'll put a video up on the Discord later. You can gush on them. You're cute. Oops, that was totally wrong. Should have put that back on. Oh, Bunker, I showed Jacob that Minecraft mod you showed us yesterday. Not this, so the other day. The Zelda-y looking one. It's pretty bloody epic, isn't it? He was very impressed. Just last little bit of posing on his hand, and then we'll lock him in. No, I just showed him the video you sent me. I didn't actually show him the trailer. Show him the thing. I just showed him the trailer you linked me. But he was very impressed with all the stuff in there. I have to say that the combat improvements were my favourite bit out of the whole thing. Like I always find the combat in Minecraft annoys me because it's like really wooden. So having a bit more of a dynamic combat, just like that, just makes all the difference. Like, it never feels to me like a game where they want you to be fighting. Like, you know what I mean? I know that's not the point of the game, it's a sandbox type thing, but I always feel like it's so clunky, it's like they didn't want you to do it. Again. Okay, so let me turn off all the other ones, apart from the ruler. Yeah, I mean, I say we don't really play on my PC much at all. Tend to keep it for work and stuff, and obviously when we're playing games, we tend to be playing it in the house. So it's oh, there we go. Have they all been decimated? That was running at 221, 2.7 million, 2.57 million. Okay, so let's pre-process that one. We'll roll on to the next one. What's the PC Game Pass? Is that the Xbox Live thing or? Is Bedrock the version on the Switch and the consoles? Okay, so the Java one is the PC version, yeah? But what's the difference? I'm not even sure what the difference actually is. Is there a difference between them in terms of like physical, like play styles and stuff? Ah, right. Yeah. So Bedrock is more limited in that respect. Let's get my ruler active now. Where are you at, ruler? There you are. Oh my god, redstone works different. I can barely work redstone in Bedrock. It's hard enough there. I don't think I'd miss the controller. Like using a controller I find can be quite cumbersome. My niece's boyfriend Sam is very well versed with Minecraft, and he's tried to explain the redstone things to me and Jacob a few times, and it's just hard. I just don't get it. We tried building this like drawbridge type thing that kind of protruded out using like sticky pistons and different things once, and every time I tried to use it, even following the instructions I'm pretty certain as close to the letter as I could possibly manage it, it just failed miserably every single time. Right guys, so we're done there. Let's go and do the net fabbing on those guys. Oh, gosh, coffee's gone down the wrong way then. Yeah, I think the thing with me, Bunker, is like all I want to see, or all I want to make, is like big old secret doors that open up and things like that. Do you know what I mean? Like just really simple things that are just incredibly difficult to actually try and figure out. I like it, man. Oh god. Ooh. Okay, that's that done. Yeah, same mate, same. That tends to be my default in the in Minecraft whenever I play it with Jacob. Just make something that looks aesthetically pleasing. Just rotate him round so we can see the that he's throwing a turd. Let's lob these guys into lychee, and I'll see if I can get a test print of these guys and the Lolly the elephant on before Jacob gets back, or before I pick him up. Bandits, gibbering bandits. I need to rename some of these because they're named wrong. No, cheers, dude. It was mostly because I've got to go out at 2:45 to go and get Willow. Also make sure I pick Willow up in time, so I'll head out then to go and get them. But I need to be trying to buy about now, getting test prints ready. So I might as well get these 3 guys supported and then do them, and then I can get the stream wrapped up then. So guys, I'm just going to show you lychee again, doing some supports. So automatically applies the raft I've got set. The raft is preset to 0.2mm thick, and using the, I think it's called shape edge raft type, which, as you can see from the top down, gives you like an approximate silhouette of the model. And it's got this little lip around the outside which has got a slight angle on it, so if it goes dead sideways if it can. You can see there's a little bevel there. And it's just enough that you can get a spatula under there, give it a little twist, and the base will pry off the build plate. So no kind of like, you know, mad chiseling and stuff. Okay, so each of these models I'm going to rotate. I know everyone says like 30 degrees or whatever. I tend to go almost vertical but not quite. I like with things like, oh, cock. I haven't quite finished him off, have I? I haven't done like the fingers and stuff like bits on his fingers. Let's just redo that. Let's just smooth those bits off and then get him exported again quick. Well, let's load up, let's get the others done. In fact, I can replace it. I'll replace the model afterwards, it's fine, I'll do it later. Okay, so next thing to do is press T to go into transpose mode. Select each of the guys, and I'm just going to drag them up till the Z axis over here. Hey Ginger Ninja, how you doing, matey? So the Z axis dimension is around about 5mm. So that's going to 5.9, 6mm is good. Or 499, I'll do that. Yeah, all good, mate. Thank you. We've been doing some gibbering bandits today. So these are bandits that have been driven insane by being trapped in the 9 hells in Elturel. And that's going to lead into me doing a few ghouls and ghasts again. A couple of varieties and it required as NPCs and encounters for Descent into Avernus. What have you been up to anyway, matey? Anything interesting? What hobbies, bits are keeping you busy? Okay, I'm going to go supports now. I'm going to highlight all 3 of them. I'm going to do island detection, search islands. Okay, so when we go to... I'll do it with a pen there, it doesn't work. Don't know why, I never use the stylus for that. Okay, so we'll start with this guy on the end. So medium support, again, diameter 1mm, that's the diameter of the actual support rod itself. The tip length, 2mm, and the tip diameter where it contacts the model is 0.24. Well, I do ginger, but it's a lot of the time you see concept art, and it's quite tricky to try and manage to interpret, especially the new stuff that's come out of AI, because that stuff just like it defies like physics and everything. If you try and like look at that, it makes no sense like close up. Good at a distance, but like close up it doesn't. What kind of paladin thing are you looking for? I'm just going to go and pop a support on each of the islands here. So we're going to tree them off. So here we've got these ones here. I'm going to put, this isn't an island, it's not been picked up, but I am going to put some supports here because I know full well that the mass here is going to take a bit of it's going to struggle a little bit as it goes over this arch. So I'm just going to put a couple of extra supports there for posterity. It's not going to affect the quality of the model, because if you've printed my stuff you'll see the so I'll gander at this one, matey. Let's see what you're trying to get to. Oh yeah, I know. He's from For Honor, isn't he, that guy? Let me just check something. Yeah, it's amazing how cheap some people think they can get a full-on commission for. So I'll sell you a single figure for that, but you know, I'm not sculpting it for you from scratch. Have you seen this one of mine, mate? This is my one of my level. In fact, that's not the right helmet. That's not what I'm thinking of. Oh god, yeah, I know, mate. Do you know what it is? I know every single bloody stream I say I'm going to sort this out. I'm going to do it right now. It's the www dot. For whatever reason, whenever that's in there, it just nerfs out. It doesn't like it at all. Can't remember where I put it now. Is it timers? Yeah, it's timers. So I couldn't find it under the thing here, but. There we go. Fixed it. Actually fixed it this time. Okay, so the thing I was trying to show you, so we've got the two different paladin bodies here. We've got bases for each as well. Selection of different swords. And I did a bunch of different heads. So the heads for this one is... it's been a while since I've done it and I haven't seen this one rendered for a while, so I can't remember what it looks like. Come on, right here. There we go. No, it's not quite what you're after, is it? It's a little bit more pronounced with the big crested helms but thing, but I need to revisit these guys. I haven't even got them in a store at the moment because they're massively modular models. I didn't know how to handle them. Slamming some supports down here, so a couple here to get the large island supported. Ginger, go onto our Discord server. There's like a request page on there. Just pop a request on and like suggestions and requests. Put a suggestion on there and I'll rustle one up for you. I did count Olaf last month for Rich because he needed him for a campaign. Awesome, mate. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like everybody over details them, don't they, and goes really kind of like heavy duty on them. I kept it quite simple early doors on these guys, and I got more complicated. But the one thing I never did was I never did a full face helmet for the paladin. Like even the earliest version, he had the barbell helm, but it was an open face. Oh, guys, I just got the wife calling. Let me just give her a quick call back. Let's put you on mute while I have to call her. Right guys, as Rosie was saying earlier, she's been a good one. She's got me a sausage roll. Well, I may have to knock off a little bit earlier to go and grab something from the mother-in-law's house for Jacob's birthday anyway. But oh, wicked! You're going to be painting Boona Battle Hammer, or Bruna Battle Hammer, Boona Battle Axe. That's my version, my Aldi knockoff naming convention. So I ordered some primer from Element ages ago, along with a few other bits and bobs, and it ain't even arrived actually. You saying that makes me think I need to chase them up for it. I might have had an email from them actually, I'll have to check. Last time they didn't send my stuff out, it's because one of the items I ordered was out of stock, and they hold on to the whole thing, don't they, until they've got everything available to post out. So I'm totally out of primer I am at the moment. No, I ordered like super glue and super glue activator stuff, you know, like the a couple of normal paints that I was needing to restock on that I fancy trying. Can't remember what else. I mean, honestly, if they hold it because there's something missing like that, I'd honestly just rather they just say, right, you know, we can fulfil this much of the order, we can't do the rest, and I'll just cancel it. Just cancel the bit I don't want, you know, just remove that one thing off the order that's causing a problem. It's just easier, isn't it? But I mean, I know if I ask them to do it, they will. Because they are good like that, aren't they? Yeah, it definitely warrants a phone call. I think I'll give him a bell later on. A damaged brush. Oh, I always do that. If I end up needlessly, well, I say needless. If I end up having a customer whose order gets delayed, I end up chucking a few free extra bits in. I've had a couple where like a particular model's caused me a load of grief and I've had to like reprint the plate about 8 times to try and get it to work. Turned out it was my FEP that was a problem actually, and it was my FEP was on the way out. But I packaged for extra freebies with them, and there was no dramas or anything like that. So that's how we like it. Let's put that even there just to make sure. Probably one more under here. Should probably do it, but I'll call that done on him. Ah, right, easy then, you can solve that, no problem, can't you? Right, again, I said before, anchor support, small clusters, quite tightly packed like that. Leave them next to each other, and that'll offer some strength to the whole thing anyway. stop it from wobbling around and stop it from moving. And that small tiny little gap at the tip, providing you've got your prints dialed in, is going to make sure that it removes nicely from the plate with at the smallest amount of force, without leaving any damage. And 5 little supports like that is going to have a lot more sticking power than the equivalent large support. If you go look at combined surface area, you see. What brushes do you use anyway, Ginger? Just out of interest. Do you use anything Flash? Or you, Bunker, actually, for that matter? What kind of brushes do you normally use? I'm getting to a point where I think I need to start replacing them. I don't know if I should just go get some Rosemary Co ones or so I've got some Artis Opus ones which I quite like, but I think they're expensive for what they are. And from what I gather, they're basically rebadged Rosemary Co anyway. But I've not had huge success with like quality on any of my like premium brush sets. Broken Toad were good, actually. My Broken Toad ones are quite good brushes. But again, I'm getting to a point with them now where they're also kind of beginning to fail. Just not holding their points very well. Yeah, I've got a load of cheap makeup brushes that I use for dry brushes. I think it was Chris Spots recommended them. They turned out to be quite good. But my mainstay of brushes are a couple of Series 7s. I bought a Series 7 miniature brush, which everyone told me not to do, and I actually really like it. It's got slightly smaller bristles, so it hasn't got quite the belly on the brush to hold the paint, but it's nice and controllable. That's definitely going to need a few extras in there. Although it's not calling for it over here, I will put an extra couple here. Yeah, I think that's the same as me, mate. The tip doesn't last for any significant amount of time is the problem I always find. So it doesn't matter if I get the really expensive ones or whatever else, I always end up with like the tip ends up splaying out. Or I get like a rogue hair sticks out to the side, and I can't justify the expense. Having tried like four premium brands I think I've got. Ah, that works. Do you know the ones I actually use the most? The ones that get the most use for me? 'Cause I read that contrast paints destroy your brushes. I don't know if that's true or not. But the ones I actually get the most use out of are these. They're these black handled brushes. They've got quite a swell in the. And it's got the brand Maries on there, MARIE''S, and then a bunch of kanji symbols. And I've got a set of them, about 5 of these brushes. Some quite large, some quite small. And yeah, I think they're an Amazon set. They're a fairly cheap Amazon set, and I use that like so much. Like it's probably the brushes that get the most use out of anything I've got. And I think it comes down to, like say, they're cheap and disposable really, and yet I end up using them more than I use my best brushes. So it's that fear of trashing the good ones, and metallics as well. I never do non-metallic metals. I always use proper metallics. So when I do metallic gradients, I do metallic blends. Ah shit! I definitely need to come back to him. I need to do that. Look at the state of that. Proper mangled his elbow, and I haven't even fixed it. That's bad. Let me delete that last couple of supports because they're going to go back in and get completely redone. Yeah, he was not ready when I exported him. Yeah, I mean, if I want to go for like a battered metal, I'd normally use a black base coat and then just dry brush silver. And I think that gives you such a fantastic look. I'm intrigued actually, completely going off on a tangent here. Well, it's not a complete tangent, but a little bit. I'm quite intrigued by the new, was it Army Painter metallics? The speed paint metallics. I saw a couple of them being demoed on a YouTube video. And I'm definitely intrigued by them, because what I saw looked bloody ace. Oh, well, the army painted brush is good, are they? I mean, I always thought they'd be cheap and cheerful kind of things, but I suppose that's sometimes what we're after, isn't it? I've got a couple of Vallejo brushes actually that I've got with the paint set, and they're actually not bad brushes. They've got that kind of triangular grip. But I would potentially buy more, buy like a set of them. So that's the other thing as well. I don't know if I'd bother with Sable again. I think I would be tempted to just stick synthetic, just stay with synthetics. I don't know if proper Sable's worth the extra money. There's what I was cracking with them, like they're actually, like the paints are cracking when they dry, kind of thing. What's new about auto supports? I just noticed the little new button there. Move some stuff around, just try and get it to be a little bit more. There we go. But be careful when you do any adjustments to supports, because the next support you place is going to use the same like tip diameter and tip length and everything else as the one you just previously used. And if that means that you've got, like I've just had there, a longer tip on the support, like this one. This support, when I place this now, is going to use also a massive, great big long tip. Or not. Call me a liar, why don't you lie to you bastard? There we go. So that's just the wife arriving with my sausage roll. Now, I'll be honest, guys. I think expensive brushes and stuff are overrated. Same with airbrushes. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm crap at airbrushing. I haven't spent enough time practicing to try and get it right, but I seem to spend so much time scrubbing the brush out, and it just annoys me. But I bought a. I did that thing where you think the problem is that they're using a crappy airbrush. So I bought a more expensive one. I bought like a Geraldes Infinity Evolution or something like that, and you know, harder and Steenbeck type thing. And I was still crap at airbrushing. It didn't help at all. I spent more time cleaning that than I spent cleaning the cheap Chinese ones. So I just buy cheap Chinese airbrushes now. I only really use them for priming. A little bit of a zenithal highlight occasionally, but nothing mega. I'd love to know if it's me screwing something up on the airbrushing now. What, am I doing something wrong? Is that why I need to unblock and clean out my airbrush repeatedly? Why ain't he gone? Oh, I see. Hey, Riz, no worries. You get yourself off to bed. I'm going to have to knock it on the head in a second anyway, because I've got to go pick the kids up from school. So... I'm going to go quickly raid you guys out to somebody. Mike Moans, let's go see Mike. Oh guys, I'm going to go and click the raid button. We're going to go and visit Mike, see what he's up to. And I'm going to get these guys on test print. That's sudden typical. I know, yeah. I've just seen it. I clicked the bloody button, opened his channel, he's on a BRB. Cancel that for now. I'll hold on to you until he's back. I was going to go back in and do the fix on that last guy. So the guy throwing a turd. Let's just smooth over his hands. Let's get the This is one of the good things about doing your own supports, is it gives you a second chance to look over everything. And a last chance to catch any errors and any issues. Because sometimes when you're doing supports you find these little areas, little nooks and crannies that you need to go in and add supports to and stuff, and ideally you want to remove them rather than trying to accommodate them. Up there, that's a little, that's a bit I want to get rid of, because that's going to be a pig to clean. Okay. I think I've got the bits. Okay, let's just dynamesh them again. Pre-process and decimate. I don't know, what have we called him in the file? He is gibbering bandits. Number 2. Oh, come on, I've just done that. Oh, it's got to change the name. Bugger. Okay, if you change anything about the file between pre-processing and decimating, apparently it doesn't work. They are ginger, yeah. So I did the bandits last month, but in not Avernus, in El Torel, because it's kind of in hell. A load of the bandits get driven mad and they go insane. So you meet these kind of like, almost like 28 days later zombie type thingies. They're basically like halfway to ghouls, I think. Is the gist of it. Get decimation down to a reasonable number. 282, it's fine. Yeah, I've done everything for Descent into Avernus. So I was saying earlier, the only thing I missed was I missed the bathhouse in Baldur's Gate and the Elf Song Tavern in Baldur's Gate. But apart from that, literally every encounter, every NPC I've covered off. Up to a point, of course. I am still working through. So we're about to get into some more undead, I think. It's let me just double check, but I'll pause, I'll just have a minute to check this stuff. Yeah, actually. Get a bit of Minsk and Boo going on as well. Hey, Mike's online now. Let's get that raid running. I'm going to go get these guys printed. So guys, again, thank you for keeping me company today. I'll be back tomorrow again with a special sculpting stream for Nanolith. So cyberpunk bad guys, and it's like a giant, great big flesh golem spider kind of creature thing. So yeah, it's got a big boss thing for. There's 2 of them coming, 2 bosses for Nanolith. So I'll get this one done first, and there'll be another one coming soon after. Oh, and I've just clocked Mike is painting the Resplendent that I did on stream last week. The female beholder. So let's go check it out, guys. So thanks again. Thanks for joining me. And I'll catch you later, taters. Adios.
Hello! Welcome in! Our lovely sculptors here. Hello, and Bunker's with them, of course. Bunker the Loyal. Welcome in, Dan and friends. How do we do? I do hope you had a lovely stream today. Were you working on more of those men-at-arms type, the brigands type, the murder your friends type? Or was it town guards today? I've lost track. You do so many things. I'm glad you like it. Let me make it bigger. Behold, one of yours. A beholder. So yes, this is the Resplendent. It's saying bandits. Yes. But yes, welcome in. As we've been saying, this is a lovely dance sculpt. I'm really enjoying doing it. I'm picking out the purple at the moment. kind of on the more scaly end. And then I'm going to be using some very watered down